Well, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal, and it is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The plan here is that a stream starts every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard, every trading day morning, I should say, at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, with a basic description, pre-market reports, preparation for the day, the trading day, and then it's streamed live from now until 1500 Central Standard Time this afternoon. That's the cash close. And the purpose for that long stream is to guarantee my commitment of transparency and full accountability, so no trades are ever taken on this off of the stream. So it looks like everything's ticking along okay. Obviously, we're having a big sell-off. Quite a big gap down, about 25 handles or so at this point, 23, I guess, handles at this point. And just a little bit more on the stream itself. As I said, it's my virtual trading journal. The point is I don't multitask well, and I discovered that if I do this, or follow this format, then that everything I'm watching on my screens is captured on the video, and my narration here, or voiceover, whatever you want to call it, provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. And that works out pretty well. I stream to YouTube, again, for transparency and accountability. Also, that enables me to be able to review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy because the stream is essentially 7 hours long every day. So what a day we're off to, eh? This is the craziest environment, really. I don't know what to say. So, first of all, this is, let me also clarify that I don't intend or imply that this is financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to do that. What this is, again, is my virtual trading journal. So here on Bookmap, I trade live, funded account, funded by me with AMP futures. And these happen to be the micros and also the minis, but at the moment, the micros. And any trades that I take here, or, anticipation of a trade setting up, an entry, trade management is all live. Not for financial or trade advice. It is to record what I'm doing. This is my journal, after all. This is my other platform, which is my charting setup, and this is Investor RT. So let's get on with, first of all, let me just point out that here was yesterday's close, and here we are now. So we are looking at a gap opening. And the way I approach gaps is the previous RTH range, in this case the low, to wherever we open today, RTH session. So there's that. Now let's get on with the reports, huh? We don't have any dramatic things out today. Well, who the hell knows what they're going to do with the war, right? So I use two news sources, investing.com and Financial Juice. I keep them both free. You can pay for them if you want to. I'm sure they would be tickled to death if you did that. But I figure that I'm trying to keep any resource that I use here free if possible. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT, but at least with these news things, I make them available, or I demonstrate their use, and it is free. So if that would be helpful, great. Now, investing.com is my original go-to news thing, and it service, and it provides economic calendar data, typical normal economic calendar data, PPI, CPI, non-farm payroll, those kinds of things that everybody expects. They also do earnings. Now, both of these news sources can be filtered to wherever you are in the world and what reports you're interested in. So there you go. There's real handy. Notice that the event title changes to a URL. So if you don't know what initial jobless claims in the U.S. is about, you can click that and go see all about it. The current releases, the most recent releases, et cetera, et cetera. And I need to refresh this. Sorry. They've done some changes that I'm not real pleased with, but what are you going to do? I prefer this format for screen captures and, like posting into a Discord or somewhere like that. So anyway, that's how this works. There's also earnings. We're still doing some earnings, but not anything dramatic to pay attention to from my point of view. Alibaba and, FedEx, that's a pretty good one. And Costco, there's one that's coming up today. These are all today, and these are the little half moon or quarter moon is after the close, and the sun is before the open. So that's how that works. Again, you can filter it any way you want. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. This is a similar format. They have a docket over here or a calendar, and then this is more like a live Squawk Box. The reason I keep both of these going, and I guess it's the thing I appreciate the most from Financial Juice, is the fact that it will pull non-typical economic releases or potential impacts to our auction into this calendar and give us a heads up. Essentially, we are, as traders in today's world, we are risk managers. Your only real primary goal as a trader is to preserve your account and then to, compound it. If we don't know about risk, how can you mitigate it or control it, right? So stuff like this, Trump's going to have a meeting with the PM. Now, there's a high likelihood. I mean, this is not any kind of political comment, but it's looking at it from a risk manager's point of view. This has got a huge potential for some comment or some outcome that will impact our auction today. And that's at 10:15. So, and here's, here we go again. So there you are. Those are the reports. Now let's look at the pre-market, which is more interesting, I think. Well, yesterday's RTH, this is first of all, this is investing.com, Investor RT, I'm sorry. Notice that in any of the charts here on my Investor RT, in the header of the chart, you'll see the chart name, which is meaningless to anyone but me. You'll see the instrument, the periodicity, or the chart type, I'm sorry, the periodicity, and then the session. This is an ES mini. And you see what happened here. This is the RTH session previously that closed. Here we are in the ETH so far. Pretty much balanced all night, balanced inventory, and now, boom, big sell-off, and here we go, based on the news. I track the exact same and am now trading the same configuration in micro and mini. Same thing. Now, this is the ES. This is the micro NQ. This is the mini ES. I don't change the market profile chart back and forth between micro and mini. I do change between full session and RTH session, but not micro or mini. This is my higher time frame chart, which is pretty important to me anyway. Again, it's the micro ES. It's a 1 day chart type, and it is a daily periodicity, and it's the day RTH trading session. What's that? Any of that mean? It's real simple. Each candle is 1 day. Wherever they overlap, I pull the volume profile around them. That gives me a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green deals down here. And these high and low volume nodes push automatically to bookmap. The other levels I put in myself. Now, you'll notice that we don't have an extended micro composite VPOC for this profile. That's because yesterday was this nonsense and it didn't overlap the price here of the previous day. It did get up far enough to take out the VPOC. So that's kind of a pain in the butt, but that's the way I do it. We'll see what happens today. I'm going to sneeze. Stand by. Excuse me. Got the sneeze-a-thon going on here. Keep telling my wife to leave the sneeze powder out of that coffee, but she doesn't listen. It's a sneaky ploy, I'm sure. So we'll see how today pans out, and likely, well, no question about it, we'll likely start a new micro composite column profile after today's trade, assuming that we don't just keep falling out of bed. The session prices here also push automatically to bookmap from IRT. Quote page. What do we got for volume today? Well, you see volume is caught up now and exceeded 100%. This has been low through the rollover. Remember that this week we rolled over from the H to the M contracts. Volume is now built back and excessive, and we are at a 2.75 points average true range on a 1 minute bar so far. Let's look at what do I think is going to happen pre-market. Well, like I said, here is our open, yesterday's close and today's open, or overnight open. We were pretty much balanced inventory. If you just imagine a line across there from the open, how much trade was above, how much trade was below. That's how I do it. And that's fairly balanced inventory until right here when all of this nonsense came out with Besant and everybody starts talking and craziness starts happening. You know, they wake up back there. And now we're way down here. So we're looking at a gap. And that would mean gap rules will be in effect when we open. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So bookmap. This is my charting and execution platform, as I mentioned. This is the DOME, the price ladder, the order book, whatever you want to call it. It's real, in reality, it is the prices and resting liquidity at any price. These are limit orders. These are not trades. These are limit orders. And of course, they can be pulled and stacked, and whatever you want to do with them is just like you change your mind, you take the order off. Simple. I don't think that's crazy at all. This is the micro composite column where I enter, this is the high based on gap high today. Because of the previous RTH low. And this is the wrong date. Sorry about that. The way I do this is not to make a mistake if possible. What's going on here? too many fingers in the soup, I guess. There we go. And once again, the way I view a gap is yesterday's or the previous RTH range. In this case, we're below the low, so the high doesn't matter at this point. And wherever it is today that we opened, that will be my gap. These are naked volume points of control from history. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, and that started plotting at the session reset last night at 1700. It will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the full session or the Globex. RTH session, volume profile and delta. This will reset at 8:30, fingers crossed. And this is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. Let's see if we can actually see something in there. There you go. Now these were statistics that were expected yesterday with their associated prices. You see the session prices, which are pushed automatically by our team now, today, are down here. So the first thing I'm going to do with the statistics column is, that I always do, is determine the open type that I expect, the statistics open type that I expect for today. And that, there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to yesterday's RTH close? There's the close. It's lower than the close. How would that opening compare to yesterday's RTH level or session? Well, there's the previous RTH low, and there's the previous RTH high. So we are lower, out of range, again, as we were yesterday, and we didn't close the gap yesterday either. See right over here. There we are yesterday, and there was yesterday's gap, didn't close. So here we go again. Now, that dictates, typically I would change the title of the column, and I do that this way just for sake of explanation, so that and I'll tell you why I do that. It's purely selfish. When I do a screen snap or the stream, review the stream, I can look at that column title and know exactly what the open type was, and it gives me a lot of data. Okay, today, however, well, these levels mean nothing. So what we're going to do is delete the statistics from yesterday, and we will go look at the statistics study where these are generated and how they compare with their associated price levels today. And first of all, let's open it up a little so we can see what we're doing. Now what they're doing is, I don't know, but take it one step further here before we go to statistics. This is session prices, and notice that there's no indicators on my IRT or Bookmap. There's price levels, and probabilities, volume, period. There's a POC for the full session and the RTH session. POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. 67.96 was where we've traded the most contracts overnight. The minute this says 67.97 somewhere, that yellow line is going to move there. Simple as that. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH. Volume weighted average price. There is a mid for the RTH. And the rest of the, let me turn those lines. Well, you can see them. The rest of those levels are they're just data. They're just price levels based on price action, not any mystical stuff or maybe this or Fibonacci that or whatever, or moving anything. That's what they are. So there you go. Now let's look at the, we're going to do one other thing first here now. I got to do something I do every day at 8:20, which is the TLab snap. And that is, this is why I stream, because you see how well I multitask here. I'm just copying the screen and snapping it somewhere, but I need to have my crap together as best I can. Okay. There we go. All right, so the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started and continues to be led by a fella named Tom B. And every day at about 6 or thereabouts, I post the numbers for the day or the reports for the day. And then every day at 8:20, I post this snap. And this is intended to give anybody in there any levels or lines or data that they may need or require or be interested in that they don't have from their charting. Now, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room sponsored by Bookmap, right? But it's one of the few places besides here, actually, this stream, where you're never going to be solicited for anything, I don't think. Tom is a reported to be a successful professional trader with like 46 years experience. And I have to be honest, or, you know, transparent or whatever you're supposed to say nowadays. I don't know. I have never seen Tom's account. So how do I know that he's a successful trader with 46 years experience? He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades in the TLab. So, you know, I got to be transparent about that. However, I was active there for quite a long time until this stream started. And it was actually on his suggestion that traders should focus on their market and their trading and narrate the market and stay focused on it rather than yucking it up in a Discord room somewhere. And I believe that he is the things that he represents himself to be. So take it from there. And I don't recommend any of the other, you know, any place else, nor any other Discord site with Bookmap. I haven't been there, so how can I recommend them? You know, there you go. That's the TLab. Now, let's get back to the business at hand here, which is the statistics. Okay, the statistics come from this study in IRT. First, you'll notice that IRT graciously highlights the correct open type, and conveniently, it's the same open we had yesterday. Obviously, they can't select the open type until the open, which is at 8:30. So the way the system works, real simple, like everything else I do in trading. It looks back at the most recent 1,699 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower out of range, gap down, 253 times. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 73.9 times. My goodness. Overnight volume point of control, 73.9. Boop. That's all there is to it. And the next is overnight low, 70.8. All I'm doing now is just going down the list. And I want to point out at the outset, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand, guaranteed anything. These, you know, go Google probability if you don't know what that means and you're not fully aware of what that means, because it's important. Now the IB high is 68.4. Let me find the IB low, 59.7. I hope we can find it here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. So 59, excuse me, 0.7 IB low. And why do I type those initials? Well, by definition, the initial balance high and low which sometimes confuse people because of the naming convention from the old market profile days. What are referred to as the IB high and low are nothing more complicated than the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open today, this low, IB low, is going to jump down below price over here, right? It won't be here anymore. So I want to know what that level represented. What else do we have here? The overnight mid is 67.6. Okay, I think that's probably right about there. No, right about... You're not being nice to me. Okay, let's do this then. The overnight low. How low can you go? I mean, the overnight mid, I'm sorry. It's got to be right under here someplace. And I think it's this yellow guy right there. We go. 67.6. Okay. Now we have the previous high, the previous low, 66.4. Well, they're right on top of each other, so I'm not going to do that. Previous close, where did you go? 40.7 right there. What's this one here? Value area? Yeah. Previous low is 60. Well, we got that one already. Previous close. Overnight high is 31.6. Now, again, these are not hard, fast lines in the sand or targets or any kind of a prediction. These are probabilities. You notice I've got nothing to do with making these levels up. They come strictly from this study over here. That's it. I'm going to consider that to be pretty well done for now. And we're going to open here in about 3 minutes. So what else do we need to talk about? I can tell you one thing that's important probably. You will agree that it would be nice to be able to trade with Bookmap, right? The way you do that is the following. Activate the trade control panel here, which is this padlock. There's the trade control panel. Then you need to select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might guess, both of them. Now we're going to jump over here and do some important stuff. First of all, statistics. Make sure it's on the journal, if you're using this, that you want. And you need to have this activated in order to get the Bookmap statistics to pull to other journals too. So I do that, but make sure it's on the right one. My go-to trading thing is multi-brackets. And this is where I introduce the risk-neutral methodology to the trading. The smallest risk-neutral package is a 2-lot. And then you need to decide a stop loss for the package. And this is not the time to be deciding that. But let's assume that you've already figured it out. The first criteria needs to be your account risk parameters, right? What's the volatility of the instrument you're trading? So anyway, you have that. Then the first profit target for the risk neutral trade is automatic because it's for half of the package and it is for the total number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and then there's the runners. Now I'm going to hurry up because we're going to open here in about 45 seconds. Having said all of this, let's watch the open and I'll get back to the rest of it in a minute. 30 seconds. I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore. I know that's the bracket. I can close the button. I get cancel and close. I get all my metrics across the top here, which you can turn off or on. And I get the real estate back on the screen. So assuming that something would happen, I was interested in trading, I could trade it now with Bookmap. There we go. Now I'm real curious to see if this freaking VWAP, which has not been restarting as it should on the end. Here's the open, and these didn't reset. So I'm pretty excited about that this morning. God, yesterday they reset right on time. I don't know what is going on with this thing. There we go. I guess that's, what was that, about 20 seconds, right? So there's our open, there's our reset, there's a, here's the mid, scooching down here. Here's the VWAP, which didn't reset properly, I don't think. It's thinking about stuff over here. And what I'll do as soon as this open dust clears is I'll put the gap low for today at the open. And now I'm going to be disappointed and bitching and moaning about the VWAP. Why this suddenly works and doesn't work, I don't freaking know. Well, this is supposed to be automatic, and it doesn't seem to want to be. So I am not sure what the hell is going on. Apart from the fact that it's irritating, and now it works. And it, you know, works for years, and then it doesn't. So there you go. And it's recalculating or doing some silly shit. You see the, these are the, VWAP. So that's good. Here's the, we tested our overnight low, so that statistic is taken out. And now we're going to start chugging up. All righty, now I need to change my, wow. There's our, there we are. There's our open, and there's yesterday, and there's the day before. Yeah, it's just all breaking that, this guy's way. Huh? Won't say any more than that. So what I'm going to do here now is, even though we've got a big lag going on, I'm going to switch my charting to the RTH session so that things become more aligned. Oh. Boop. There you go. A bunch of singles up there. These are all singles. Let's see. Save. Let's go. Poor old book, my RT. I've stripped this thing down so far, it's barely a system anymore, and it still can't keep up with the lags. It's really disappointing. And I only have, 8 or something opening, tables open. So now we're back to that. We're on that. Everything seems okay there. Let's get back and look at Bookmap. There's our open. Now that doesn't seem even remotely correct. Let's see if it is. By golly, yeah, it is. So they open and straight down. Oof. So this is going to be our gap low, which of course I can always change. I just encode the date, day, month, year. Boom. There you go. So here's our gap. They don't look like they're too interested in closing that gap. And that means that we're in gap rules. And what in the hell does that mean? Like with most traderisms, it's real vague. If we close the gap relatively early in the session. And if price is accepted back in that previous range, there's a high probability that we'll trade back across that range. If, on the other hand, price is rejected back out of the previous range, or we don't even think about closing the gap, obviously, what's the alternative where price is likely to continue in the direction of the gap? Right now, we have there hasn't been any real action one way or another other than we traded through the lows overnight. And so at the moment, we're looking at a gap and go, essentially. The thing that worries me about the volume profiles and why I'm so fastidious about, complaining about that all the time. The POC and these other values are computed off of the data there, so I want it to be correct. I'm pretty puzzled as to how we opened right there and then dropped like a rock. But we did, apparently. So I'm going to put Blue Boy on here now, which is a real top secret thing called right there. Got to be real careful when you're on Bookmap around this active data column. If you have selected it to trade, because if I accidentally was trying to put this line on the open and I hadn't, and it was like this, I could easily have a trade or an order on that I didn't intend. Anytime you click in this column, whether you meant to or not, if you've turned off the notification, you've got, you got your work cut out for you. Morning, Antonio and Anton. The A&A show here. Well, it's another one of those clown car mornings, I guess, where I'm going to have to dig a hole under my monitor to see how far down this chart's going to go. Gap down, didn't close. Gap down, who knows? Yeah, freaking ridiculous. Pile of singles up above us here, Anton. Whatever that means. Yeah. Just all breaking their way back there in DC, I guess. Jesus. Pretty funny opening, huh? Right up here at what looks to be above the high, which is obviously impossible. These session prices are pushed from IRT, remember, so that's why I'm concerned about the volume profile. Always. And let me turn on these session price levels. Where'd they go? There you go. So these lines represent, they're driven by the exact same data as are the cloud node column. The only difference you might see sometimes, they'll get out of sync. And that's a known issue because the minimum refresh rate I can set on the cloud node column is a minute. And the boys and girls who coded up these indicator over here obviously have it more frequent than that. But here we are. And no, we're open a minute, right? So, but no interest apparently in closing the gap yet. So. It's 12C. There we go. It's a heat wave. Pretty funny yesterday morning and standing in here trading all day was kind of cool and everything. And I thought, well, I'll go out for my walk after the market close. I step out the door at 75. This is like 24, 23. That was pleasant. Pleasant surprise. Seems like we've got mixed roles going back there and back in DC too. And this Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary, right? They're interviewing him. All he's talking about is oil reserves and oil supply, and now that will have some impact on the market, of course. But you know, it didn't talk a lot about interest rates or anything. Interesting. Something else that's interesting that I don't know if you guys know about or not, but all because of their fear of reprisal or whatever, all of these cabinet guys are now living on army bases or military bases back in D.C. Rubio and what's that? Agseth and all of those people. They've moved them all to army bases. I bet that's a come down in. I bet that's quite a step down in amenities. I didn't know that, but my son, I think, was telling me he'd heard that, and then I saw something in the news that Agseth and Rubio live on the same base back there. And Agseth apparently came out yesterday and made some statement that Rubio would never be a real American. That had to go down pretty good. Some crazy shit stuff. Sorry, going around. Let me try this trade here and see if it works today. This is pretty dicey in my opinion, but it's this thing over here. We'll see if it actually gets somewhere. No, I can't. No, never mind. Too big a lag. I can't rely on it. 7 seconds. Yeah. It would be a signal for long, though, however. Over here. And it would be one that was relatively easy to take because the gap is, or the range is, here's the range. 12 handles, so 24 points risk, or 24 handle tick risk, if that were taken. Oh, and I didn't send this chart. That was pretty dumb. I'm behind the curve, guys. That's taken there. Well, if I'd have done it, it'd be rocking out. I should have done that, you see. I don't ever listen to myself. It isn't well vetted, in my opinion, yet. Not that would have been risk neutral and who knows what. It's going in the direction of the gap, so that is kind of a thing, I guess. Let's see what else I can do to confuse myself here. Powell, Bowman. Everybody's talking about something. I'll be real pleased if this thing works out to be relatively dependable. Its back tests are coming in line. I'm not real, now there's something that I haven't worked out for one of the important aspects of trading that I haven't figured out how to apply in terms of backtesting filters a gap, right? And that's a pretty important thing. Well, there is, let's say that was the open, or that was the entry. And it would have been pretty damn close to stopped out right there. It would have been a risk neutral already, but now is this a breakout and retest setting up? I don't know. Here we go. Yeah, it's the whole thing is crazy. And that director of whatever he was, that Kent guy who quit, and now of course rather than all of a sudden he's a great guy, and now that bug-eyed sprite FBI guy is gonna investigate him, because of course he came out and said everything that this war was all crap and that's why I quit. You know, he was a big war hero and a genius and all that until he disagreed. And Tulsi Gabbard, apparently, I didn't listen to any of that stuff, but apparently her testimony, she dodged that, almost disavowed what she had said, her statement of earlier that there was no intel of imminent threat by Iran. That's a big cluster. I mean, poor old Rubio running around in clown shoes. Oh, what a joke. Huh. And yeah. Good morning, whoever is lurking there in the background. Welcome to the stream. We're off and running in a gap down configuration. I think I've got the right screens up. And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, things happening sweet here. This is that this thing. Basically, it's an opening range idea that I'm back testing. And it's real simple, quickly. Opening range is the yellow guys. And this is a 5-minute opening range. So, bar opens inside the range, closes outside the range. That's the breakout. In this case, conveniently, the next bar is the trigger, which is opens outside the range, wicks into the range, closes back outside the range. Boop, Bob's your uncle, that's a long. The stop is set half at 50% of the range, and then you've got T1, which is R1, and then T2 would be R2. That's the theory. Let me see if I can quickly set those levels up so they can be seen here. And I've got it set up so that I can, the way I have it working is it will, once T1 is achieved, it will scale. There you go. So now, there's the stop. There's T1. Here, now, okay, the best laid plans of mice and men, right? Once this achieves T1, the stop will trail to entry, which in this case is right there. Entry is essentially the close of the trigger as best as I can get it. Now we'll see what happens, because we're going to get that. I wish I'd have taken the damn trade when I was talking about it instead of just watching the. If we get T1, which looks like we will here pretty quick, then it should. Then this red stop line should trail up immediately to here. Let's see. I can't wait. Ooh, suspense. Inquiring minds want to know. There you go. Now that should be, and it isn't yet. Why not? I saved those changes last night. Oh, the bar has to close. Sorry. And that maybe needs something I need to set over here as intrabar. Once this bar closes, and that would be a great trade. I'm almost closing the gap, and I would be just tickled to death about this if I were in the trade, which I was holding my breath to go ahead and enter. There you go. So now T1 is done, but I don't see this thing trailing up, so that's not good. That's what it's supposed to be doing. What have I done wrong here? It works when I back test it. Why doesn't it work now? But anyway, there you go. Those were working just fine previously. Something what? I don't know. I hate it when it makes a liar out of me. Right in public and all. Man, look at us go. Well, gap rules look like they might happen. And I'm so disappointed that I didn't take this. There we go. See how late the scale was? But there's the trail. I gotta see why that didn't happen on the close of the bar that achieved T1. That's not good over here. All right, enough of that crap. So I'm a dummy and I didn't take the trade. Boo hiss boo. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go huddle in the corner of the shower and cry. Maybe not. Oh, bummer. And I just about thought, what the hell? Why not just take that trade? Clicked it, but I didn't. And I suppose everybody else is making money today in these VPOC migrations and all this other great stuff. Okay, that's gonna do it too. Damn it. I am so disappointed in myself. But hey, that's the typical trader dilemma, I guess, you know? Woulda, coulda, shoulda, hindsight, rearview mirror. And this is one time when it happened to all work fine. And that's not always the case, but there has to be a way to, typically, after I have vetted a setup and know that I have a statistical edge, then the idea is you take every trade mechanically that presents itself in the live market. Essentially, if you try to replicate an algorithm, more or less, and I didn't do that. Damn near did though, boy, that was close. Now what I'm going to do here is, you see how the stop migrated, and I will admit late. Should have been on the closing of this bar. Once this was taken out, that ought to be Bob's your uncle right up there. But what I'm going to do now is, if I can, now, I'm going to change this around from the stop here to T2, and we can watch and see if it achieves both targets. There we go. Let's see what happens. This old indicator, which I'm using here, was coded by Chad a long time ago, and it can't deal with two or more targets. It can't deal with more than one target. So that's why I'm doing this flip-flop back and forth between T2 and the stop and all that. You just need to remember that the stop is right here at this entry where it turns red, or the bottom of there where it's, you know, positive. Pretty easy to remember, I guess. Now, if you want to be real good trade management, it could have trailed again to T1, which, if you remember, is 10 points. So this would have been a substantial trade. And in the direction of the market, and you know, it would have made sense logically too over here, because it's a gap close, and that's not out of the scope of possibility, and everything is moving along kind of. So far, the context of the day, even though we opened wherever the hell we opened right here, even though the context of the day is a big gap, we are trading up. We can see what happens on Bookmap and IRT, and let's get back to make sure Ned's levels are happening normally so he's not freaking out. And I'm not going to do my usual restart to reset the lags, because when I do that, it will reset this to nothing. So I want to leave. I would like to see how this plays out. And I hate that there. If this is gray and not all white, it's not, then the chart is not refreshing, or, you know, progressing. Whatever you call it. Stupid is what you call that. So, here we are. We can come back and check that later. Oh, there we go. We got none lags. Good for me. I don't have to worry about that. So, there we are. There we are, and there we are some more. I'm so disappointed. I can't even begin to tell you how close I was to clicking that button. As they say, confirmation's only for Catholics. You should just do it. Well, what day is this? Thursday. Okay. I hope you guys are both doing well and trading positively. It's been a real orderly auction, actually. I'm truly disappointed in myself for not hitting that button. Would have been a lovely trade and it's a nice orderly auction considering the freak show we've been having. So, yeah. I hope and am confident that you two are both making money, and anyone else that's listening here. The Lurker Squad. Man. Here we go. Up to that, poking that high some more. They're going to close the gap. Sure as the frickin' world here. And there's probably taking out that. Probably getting pretty close here. Well, we've got to get to 57.5 for that T2. Now, remember that that's a long way up there. We're going to probably get it, but that's... it's about 25 handles, 100 points, 100 ticks. So that's pretty substantial. And were I in this trade, actually, I would be managing by trailing up behind these swings. And I'm really sorry I'm not doing that. That is pretty darn disappointing. The thing that's kind of got me on my back foot about that particular trade is it's based on the opening range, so you can have significant risk, more than usual, right? And that's a yeah, if they get there. If they close that one up, that'll be quite the maneuver. Need some tea here. I'll be right back, you guys. Everything seems to be, I've got it on the right screen and yeah, okay. Well, that's about as close as you can get to closing the gap without doing it. And the next order of business will be the... Am I on mute? No. Okay. The next order of business would be the... let me type something here. The initial balance trades, which will set up here in another few minutes. Okay. Where am I now? It'll take me some serious back testing to be comfortable with this. I mean, today was would have been great, which is a real potential disaster on that setup. But the thing about it is, I've never been real. I don't know how you say it, real confident or real warm to the idea of just jumping in the first, minute. That's always been something I've always kind of stepped back and watched. Now, in this case, it's a 5-minute opening range, so that does give you a little bit of breathing room, but you know what I mean. That's borderline gunslinging. Now, what was I going to do? Oh, yes. Okay. Get set up for this thing. Oh. Don't be weird now. Come on. There we go. So here's today's session so far. Now we've got to get the opening IB trade set up. Notice how slow I am at iteration. Open, boom. All right. The normal, usual suspects here know exactly what I'm doing. This is, come on, IRT. You can do it, baby girl. This is the initial balance trade rules, which I've cooked up or determined or identified, and they are, first of all, nothing's going to happen until the initial balance is a thing, which is at 9:30. And at that point, these pullback and continuation zones and trigger zones will start pushing on to bookmap also, and will materialize over here on either side of the IB low and IB high. So what I'm going to do now is send this to the chart as I've done on the other one. I want to point out absolutely that This is the IRT simulated environment right here. This chart has nothing to do with the trading system, except that these custom indicators accurately represent the areas or the zones that the rules use in the system. This is just for me to have a visual idea or confirmation that stuff is happening when and where I meant it to happen, or where I think it should. So when I send this to the chart, if in fact today the system sees a trade and plots it as we've been watching over here, that's all within the simulated environment. Obviously, this didn't go out to amp future. Oh, there we go. Close the gap and up. It's going to get that IBI. Let's watch. I'm going to get it here pretty quick, and then I'm going to really be bummed out to have 100 ticks in the bag that I didn't catch. Isn't that a pisser? Now it would be really a time to be scaling, to be trailing, right? Damn. One more push and they've got it. Just keep watching here for a second, I guess. Man, that's disappointing. Yeah. So let's see if it takes that out. Here we go. Hit the gas, boys. Everybody out and push. Come on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not on that trade. Bitch. I could have used that 100 points as our ticks. That's for sure. I'd have felt pretty tickled about myself. Now we're going to go the other way. We're going to go reload now. So let's back to what I was doing over here. So now that when that trade is taken, it'll plot over here, but it will only it'll stay within this environment. So I'm going to shut both of those off because it draws lines all over everywhere. And there we go. Okay. What is that? 57.5. Okay. 57.5 right here. Now, got to be real careful of this freaking thing right there. Ooh. Adios, amigo. So they close that gap. And what I do in those instances when the value or the level has been, is no longer active, I change the text color to black. Got a lot of stuff here so far. And I can tell you something I'm going to do right now so I don't end up screwing myself. I'm going to shut off the chart thing right for now. And I'm doing that because if I accidentally click over here like I just bumped into this mouse, if I accidentally bump into something, it'll be a click, right? With my finger, for example, because I'm an old doofus. So I've taken a risk management step to, now if I wanted to trade immediately with a mouse, I could do it on the dome column and I could certainly do it with my keyboard, but I'm not worried about making some fat finger stupidness over here in that column. So leave it like it is. Now what I was getting around to was 57.5 is, let's throw, now that I've gotten Anton showed me all these magic tricks with with drawing tools over here. There you go. So that's where that's where the two the second profit target would be in that open range trade. And obviously, had that been a real trade, I would have been scaling up here. I'd have been real tight coming up here. I can tell you that right now. With all these levels above here and the gap, I'd have been real tight behind it for trade management. So I would be out of the trade essentially now anyhow, but I'm not, so we'll see what happens. And I'll say something else I can, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Here we go. There's that stop. Sorry about that. Back to the fact that this only can deal with one target at a time. Right now, T1 has been hit. We've scaled. We already know that. So there's about, what is it? Well, it's R1. If, in fact, it comes back down and stops, this will show 0 because the stop is trailed to here. It won't show the actual T1 ticks. It's kind of annoying, but what are you going to do? Chad has left IRT some time ago, so that's a pretty big bummer for me. Okay. We're approaching 9:30. We're not there yet, but we're thinking about it. And this is set up and it's pushed over here, and okay. Let's get up here and see what's happening. Well, they closed the gap, and what do the gap rules say? If we're accepted in price and range, we have a high likelihood or probability of trading across the value area, the range and or the value area. If we're not and rejected out of previous range, high probability we trade in the direction of the gap. So there's that. I'm so bummed I didn't take that. Would have been feeling pretty good about myself and life and all those things. That is called trading. I hope everything's going good wherever y'all are located. The craziness here continues. What does this look like? Buy the dips or sell the rips? I don't know. Okay, so 20 after. And we did accomplish Rod's IB30, but not by a hell of a lot. That is the, we know the statistic about the initial balance, and then Rod has one which is that he did some stats on that the high or low of the first 30 minutes, which if you look at this specifically, the high or low would have been about here, is exceeded by the high in the second 30 minutes. So they call it they refer to it as the IB30. So this high was exceeded in the second 30 minutes, and it can happen a bunch of times, of course, there, and up here. Yeah, just another statistic for the pile of statistics, which brings me to initial balance statistic itself, because that's the first rule of the trade. So where and how does that show up? Well, in the statistics, here we are open, and why it's not updating normally, but one of the things IRT does that's pretty handy, besides highlight the correct open type, notice how the text is changed from black to blue on several of these. That's because those values or those levels have been revisited so far in this session. Okay, back to the initial balance. First, it's a real old market profile thing or level, and if you notice, it's the most probable level to revisit for statistic to be achieved in all four open times. Greater than 97.5% of the time in all four open times. Today it's 97.6%. All this statistic means is the following. At some point in today's RTH session between 0930 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, the initial balance high or low will be revisited. Period. That's the statistic. The rule that I use for my opening range or initial balance trade is a little more specific, but you know, in the general terms of everyone in the world that's watching that statistic, if we come zooming down here and tick this IB low by one tick, or go up and catch the high by one tick, that's good enough for that statistic. That will satisfy it that it has been achieved. So there you go. And that's the first rule in my initial balance strategy or system, and there are only 3 rules. So there you go. And it looks like somebody else read the book about the opening range, the gap rules. They closed it by a tick or two, and then here we go. Yeah, I don't think they're going. Yeah, well, who the hell knows? It's not even 9:30 yet, so we could do a lot of stuff. Now we should be stopped out over here. Yep. See what I mean about 0 ticks? Because it took the stop right there. Now, again, this is really, we really achieved this level. So, there you go. All right, so that one's off the table now, and I have it set up to only do 1 trade a day. I figure that's enough. And we're sneaking up on the IB low here. I think, yeah, another couple minutes. Let's see whether we get some stuff going on here or not. No more reports today, so the only thing that might disrupt the auction will be the random risk band. And 10 o'clock this morning, as a matter of fact, I think there is a potential random risk event. Am I right? I am. 10:15. Well, yeah. Trump's meeting with Japan's PM. He must have flown over here. And as at the moment, of course, there's no signal or anything else. Now it is 9:30 because I see the levels have started to plot, and you can see a little blue boy down there. If we look over on Bookmap, I'm sure we're going to find him over here. Yep. Now, what are they doing? Did somebody give away free money or? I was on mute, damn, and I had a panda high. We're not on mute this time, say hi. Attic. Well, that hello meow required a payment of cat snacks, so yeah, really. they're trading trading heck out of them now. Am I bummed about that? These are some, I always have to remind myself to be aware of the scale. These are 2.5 point increments here instead of my usual 1 point. Pretty aggressive rotations. There, I'll get out of here. There we are. That is the session so far. These are 15-point swings, right? That need to remind myself of that. All right. Well, good for you. I'm sorry about yesterday, but have you traded at all today? Yeah, that's the thing that I always think, but like the trade today, obviously it worked out, so I'm thinking, boy, that's a bummer, but I'm not confident enough with that setup to be taking it, and I didn't, so in the grand scheme of things, I'm better off. If you did trade today so far, I hope it was successful or a positive outcome. This environment and this markets are, I mean, like, look at this shit, this stuff, excuse me, this, 22 to 52, so 30 handles in 30 seconds or something. That's pretty radical, right? That's, if you're being religious at all about risk management and, holding your line. For example, my 2-lot, my normal risk neutral package, which I go through the setup for every morning between 8 and 8:30, but it is essentially right, where'd it go? Right there. Okay. That's a 12-tick stop. 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. Well, 12 ticks, that's 3 handles, isn't it? Okay. This thing is sneezing more than 3 handles. It's only three, every one of these is 1 point. So from here to here is 3 handles. Just simple rotations and, oh, good for you. Oh, great. Super. Yeah, that's a real good reason. That's a real good reason to get out and stand down. No, I didn't. I mean, I see it now, but I didn't see it then. I've got to figure out a better way to, I keep the stream, just a YouTube window open on one of my upper monitors, and then but the UPS stream itself is off to the left on my other stand-up desk over there, vertically. So it's not right in front of me unless I glance up. I definitely did miss that though, and that's, congratulations, that's a great trade. And I appreciate you sharing those thoughts and those levels. That's I really appreciate that. And that's probably something I should say now that I try to always say, or at least a few times a day. This is my personal journal. It's what I'm doing now. It is by no means my way or the highway, and I really appreciate feedback. Oh, try this. This is what I'm looking at. All that stuff is really appreciated. Anton and Antonio are aware of that for sure, but if I see other people supposedly views over here, so throw it out there. Nothing on the initial balance trade front yet, so not bothered looking over there. I got the PM 10:15, I think it is. The Japanese Prime Minister meeting with Trump. Oops. Looking around here to see the if I can identify the logic for your entry. I think that's real valuable. And where are we now? Yeah, I did, and I'm looking at it, and then I was looking back in Bookmap there after I was reading through those. Oh, yeah. And nothing on the IB front, obviously. Well, that is one balanced profile, though, isn't it? If you look at it in this context. Yeah, that's for damn sure. Oh, man. See the volatility when you've got 4 3/4 point range at the bottom of the scale on 1 minute ATR. Can't imagine. I don't guess there's anything they're waiting on that I know of. Except maybe just price discovery and trying to figure out where to go next. Well, my eyes are taking some strain. Went out yesterday and our car's in a carport because some genius that was here before we got this place converted the garage to a gym. So there's no garage door, so the car sits in a carport just ahead of where the garage is. And even under the carport, I walked out yesterday, it's a white car was green. There's such a pollen burst going on right now. Pretty, I guess, to be expected if your eyes bother you a little. Okay, that's an interesting concept. Let me see what I think about it or look at or something like that. Yeah, we are definitely within the ETH range. And of course, that's always the typically the highest or second highest probability is that the mid is changed up here. This is there, and then previous RTH low, which we've already visited, is something. What was the stat for that? Previous low is 66.5. Well, there you go. And then, yeah, so the a good illustration that these are probabilities. You know, obviously, if price is going to get through, going to get to the previous overnight or the overnight volume point of control at 73.9, which is the highest probability of all the stats, it's pretty sure going to get through 40.7 first, right? So these are very definitely, I know what's something going on over here now as I'm busy talking. Oh. Maybe they're going to get that gap high and that 57.5 yet, baby. Something's going on. A lot of congestion right here with the overnight mid and previous low and the IB high and a bunch of other stuff. And the previous IB low is all right here together. Isn't that funny? Well, did they get it? Not yet. There you go. 6. That would have been T2 on that opening range thing. Of course, it's long since stopped out. They get up there to the overnight volume point of control. That would be about a price check at aisle 3 if ever there was one. I think. And there's 10 handles, quick as a you can say don't. Yeah, Trump is meeting the Prime Minister. Wouldn't you wonder what was going through her mind right now? That would be really funny if she was. If you could be a fly on the wall or her inner monologue was coming out, that'd probably be pretty funny. That's one hell of a mean reversion trade right there. If anybody got it, I certainly didn't. I have no reason to. It's not anything I would have been thinking about. Well, I guess it's pretty close to that IB high. What happened over here? Did the IB do something? No, wrong one. All right. Well, there's an A signal on both of them. And no B for either yet. And just to to bore the you regular guys, This is the system. There are 2 trades for each of the IB high and the IB low. There is a continuation zone, trigger, continue, IBC, IB continuation. There is the IB statistic, pullback zone, trigger, IB failure, which is essentially mean reversion. And the same exists for the the low, IB low. So all of these rules over here, essentially those are the only 4 trades that can happen. But with IRT at least, you have to specifically spell out a rule for each and every one of those scenarios. And there are 3 rules for a trade. So, there's 12 rules basically to identify each one of those types of trades. That's why this looks a little bit crazy for just that, but that's what it is. This is like housekeeping. These are the signals and rules, and this is risk management, trade management here, essentially. And these are the entries and the entries. So there's that. And the system just evaluates every one of these rules every 1 minute. That simple. And there's the first rule. Now this is showing a B up here, which we're not seeing down here. Frustratingly so. And I've explained why a few times, so I'm not going to. The point is there's no trigger. No lag, go out in 2 seconds. No sooner than I open my mouth, it does that. What I was going to say was, looking at Bookmap over here, it's they're sneaking up on a trigger. This is what I was looking at on IRT. Nothing yet. What I believe is going to happen, but not necessarily correctly, we're going to get a trigger here pretty quick for a short, if I'm not mistaken. And that's unfortunate that B is not identified here. The second rule, very unimaginative. A, B trigger. That's it. And I call them rules because that's what IRT calls them. Now that ought to be a trigger, and that's a short, and there you are. So that's correct. And I'm late to that short as far as a mechanical entry in Bookmap. Whether it's going to continue to do this up and down deal, as Anton's expecting to, it will. I'm not sure. Looking like it, isn't it? And he's trades profitably a hell of a lot more than I do, so I'm listening. I'm taking that as pretty pretty good advice. And it does align with my, theory of remaining aligned with context, but what do we have in the short term here? Higher highs or higher highs and higher lows. And this craziness here doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm not going to be on this, and I'm not going to regret it, I don't think. But the system is busily, merrily trading along on a short over here, so we'll see what they come up with. And look at us go. Look at him go. System ought to be stopped out. What's going on? Ah, son of a bitch. Yes, it is. Okay, that makes sense. And here we are. They're sweeping them up over here, huh? I almost made a real stupid mistake a minute ago when I was thinking about entering that trade or anticipating it. I wouldn't have gotten anywhere because I've got this dome only. Well, there you go. Wise man. And it's easy to be a wise man and observe when you're sitting on 20 handles of profit. Congratulations. Or thereabouts if I did the math sort of right. Anyway, profit, let's put it that way. $67.5. That was exactly where that would have taken the T2 and turn around and dump. And this would have been a, let's see the system. Whoa, what's going on here? Timing's everything, huh? Look at it go. 85 and 92, okay. 85, 92, way up the ladder. Let's see where that is. 85 and 92, huh? Wow, overnight high and somewhere in the middle there. 88 is a low volume node on my mega profile. What if that means anything? I don't think it does. This profile over here is for all of the data. It starts on June 15th of 2018. And this is 6688 half is the low volume node right here. High volume node, low volume node. And I'm not, that's an interesting observation. I have no idea if any of that is even remotely worthy of looking at or has any importance, or, you know, a lot of people say stuff like that does, but we'll see. This double top, if you want to be real picky about that, or tweezer top or whatever, and bam, old Black Betty. Looking at 80, I'm trying to find 85 and 92. Wow, that's way the hell up here. Oh, okay. Well, I got zero going on at 85 as far as this stuff is concerned. Overnight high is way up here at 95. What's happening over here? Hi, Panda. Hey, baby. Did you wake up to come have snacks? Good for you. Yeah, I don't. Let me see if I can think of a way to. Wait, look at that. Am I looking at the wrong number? 85 and 92. Well, 85 would be clear over here, and that's way outside of yesterday's profile completely for me. Huh. The hell's the deal here? 66. Oh, yeah. I'm looking at. Jesus, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry about that. Here we go. Wow. I better get to bed immediately. I just happened to jump up a couple hundred there, thinking, "Wow, I must be looking at the wrong. Must be looking at the wrong instrument." Ridiculous. There we go. There we're talking. I'm thinking, son of a bitch, my data's way off. This guy's 200 handles above me. Andy, you could have told me I was doing the wrong thing. Come over here, rubbing and petting and okay.
No, hell no. I agree with you completely. I have no idea what the. It would be real interesting, I guess, to know the size or the volume or something that retail represents, but I couldn't imagine that either. Where they can get it is if they engineer a liquidity vacuum, you know, like they want to, for example, here right now. Yeah, here right now. We're at 30s, right? So you could get it down to 20s pretty easy if you threw in a 1,000 lot order, because you're going to wipe out all that liquidity in the blink of an eye. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's how they do it. But, you know, not that, you notice how quick I said that. Just throw in a 1,000 lot order. Okay, it's 10:32 in the Mountain West. We all know where what's his name is Tom. So do we have a bar here with a breakout and now who knows what, you know? And I guess that's how it can happen. What I'm never sure about is, and I don't guess anybody is. For example, here at the 32s, that we're averaging around 90s or something like that. But is that somebody with a big order that's just going to keep refreshing? Because that's gonna get in the way of of somebody that was trying to manufacture liquidity and throw in sweep the liquidity. And why would they want to do that either? Why would you want to, if you want to sell something, you would want to drip them so that you sold all 1,000 of them at 33. You didn't take them all the way down to 23, I guess. Yeah, never mind. In other words, I don't know what I'm talking about. Just speculation. Right back to the open. So far today, we have gone exactly no place. If this is correct, which I guess it is. Boy, I swear to God, one of these days I'm going to come in here and I am just going to throw on what I think is a, mean reversion at a high, like this double high up here, and approach it from an asymmetrical trade point of view. And I mean, what's the worst going to happen? You're going to get stopped out. So, but I spend so much time analyzing what I think is going to happen, and we're gonna, we test back, we're gonna go up through it, and just throw one on and to hell with it. Look at them. What is that? 30 handles. Probably never will, because I'm not wired. That would be gambling to me. But when you look back at it in the rearview mirror, boy, it looks like a good idea, doesn't it? And I need to have some good ideas here pretty quick, because I got to do something. And I don't like being in that position, because I don't think that's conducive to success. Scared money doesn't trade, as they say, or can't trade, as they say, something like that. And of course, I could just take the words I just spoke and say, okay, and now I'm going to go asymmetric for mean reversion off the bottom, and throw one on there, and my thinking kicks in. Well, we're having lower lows and prices trending down, and that would be stupid to try to pick a bottom. Well, except this is a higher low from here, huh? Ooh. I don't know. Oh, I forgot something here. I forgot the Anton's bands, which I like the looks of. There we go. One and two times standard deviation from the VWAP RTH stuff. Yeah, and that's always in the back of my mind. Exactly. And in these kinds of, this could be completely biased and, you know, false thinking on my part, but these kinds of days, it looks to me like it's just speculation. Nobody cares what the value of the S&P is at this point. They're just trading them up and down and up and down and just making money. How to get on the right side of that's the question in my mind. I don't think anybody's got any conviction one way or another. And if you look at today's candlestick, by the way, it sort of confirms that. In a way. Huh. Happened over here. I guess it would have been well, Iranian missile has hit the Bazan oil refinery in Haifa. That's got to be great. An F-35 was hit by what is believed to be Iranian fire. Well, that's just good news up one side, down the other. At least they made an emergency landing. That's good. Boy, I think it would be so funny to be able to know her thoughts at that time. What else is going on? I guess that's enough. That's enough for that 30 minutes. Here we are at your ones, baby. Got the open, got the one standard deviation, developing value area low, a fractal, a schmactal. I don't know. Pick one. Pick something. I'm going to go pick a glass of tea. So there we go, pulling out of bed again. Well, there you are. I'm so bored just drinking water all day long. I drink a lot of it. Taken to green tea. Well, there's a breakout and retest, or not. Oh, retest again. See? There we go. Up we go now. Yeah. Bar trading my butt. Yep, have a good one. I'm gonna be hot on your trail here pretty quick. Need to get some stuff in my eyes, they're killing me. The theory behind these standard deviations bands I gotta put this in. There we go. In the chapters, I forget to type when I'm busy talking to Antone or Antonio or whatever. The stream, I forget to type stuff for the chapter markers. The theory behind the bands is it's just basically mean reversion. It's pretty well common. I should say it's fairly commonly understood or agreed or accepted that you know, when price deviates away from the mean, it's i.e. reverts at some point. And by definition, pretty much the VWAP is the volume weighted average price, which means the most accepted price by volume so far in this session. And this is one standard deviation away from that, and 2 standard away from that. So the theory is that once it gets to that, it's liable to snap back, which is, as I understand it, was part of the basis with arbitrages. Watching when the 2 warrants and underlying deviated, and then they'd put on a position, they'd snap back. Yeah. Yeah, and here's the. So what's this now? You know. What is this now? Which way is it going to go? It's going to go back and forth. That's what I think. I think I'm going to follow Anton's lead here. My eyes are killing me. I'm going to step away and put some stuff in my eyes. This pollen down here is killer. And you know, staring at these screens 12 plus hours a day are, of course, not helping much. What I would say at this time is, you know, mind your risk. This is a crazy environment. Look at this. Just look at the day. There's Blue Boy, so this is the open here, right? Look at what we've been doing. Those are some pretty substantial swings from the from low 20s to the 60s, you know, 40-50 handles in the blink of an eye, essentially. And there's another one. Look at that. No sooner do I say that than this thing just rips up from 10 handles anyway. Based on what? Well, this would be a spot where several of the guys would short when it tests into this consolidation again. Would short right there, heading down. For me, that's too busy. There's the POC. Mid, you know, VWAP mid, I'd say that's a pretty congested area, and it may turn out to be a perfectly great trade. But that would be a pretty classic, that I've noticed from like Jorgensen, for example, trades that idea a lot. And if you were spot on your entry, it's risk neutral scaled, so okay. No, not quite, but no. More. My vetted trade is the IB. The in-work setup is that opening range thing that I should have traded this morning. That would have been a nice trade. But here I am. Like I said, there's just, it's pretty busy right here. Not a lot of meat on the bone from those levels. I used to have a hard code in my trade plan, which was the range requirement. And that goes essentially that if an entry is valid by the back testing setup and, whatever criteria that I have for that particular setup or entry, the final cut is the range requirement, and that says that there needs to be an unrestricted path of price to the first risk neutral scale. Otherwise, it's not valid entry. So if you were going to get in here somewhere, none of this would be valid because these, there's a POC, there's a mid, VWAP, there's a mid. Well, those are all obstacles which give price an opportunity to bounce, like right here or here down. So, yeah. Those are all woulda, coulda, shoulda deals there. That's the domain of the internet guru, mirror trader. So I'm going to step away also and go put some stuff in my eyes, and I'll be back shortly. Well, wasn't that a good reason not to go short? Yeah. And now what do we have here? Breakout and retest. Let's go long. Yeah. I don't have a... That was a joke, obviously. I have no... In hindsight, of course, it's mean reversion. You know, outside in, outside in, outside in. Great. It's rotational. Bring that over here and do it. Even, you know, these bands are, man, now, yeah, that looks pretty. That band provided quite a bit of support, and there we jump back, we snap back to the VWAP. So that is essentially now 1 standard deviation back to 0. And the other way. Can I trade that? I'm not gonna. That would be like trying to be a scalper. Yeah. Yeah, it's the rearview mirror thing, and I think I suppose I was just making a joke here if I have myself unmuted about exactly that. Well, I knew exactly that this, you know, this 1 standard deviation band, we're going to snap back to the mid. But, yeah, same exact idea. It's easy to fall into that thing when you're not narrating on the hard right edge. It's, I guess. That's why I try not to do it. Even, you know, in here in the stream, even now, there's a lot to be said for analyzing, you know, wouldn't it be great to short here, and long here, and short here, long here, and short here, and long here, and short here? I mean, you'd be a zillionaire by the end. Oh, I forgot one down here, and a long down here. You'd be a zillionaire, but I haven't figured out how to do that. And maybe the technique is just, well, the problem for me is it's so easy to say in the rearview mirror, yeah, I went long here and I got short up here and I went long down here. These are obvious swings. Yeah, they are. But now you tell me where that's going. Tell me that's the top. If you know how to do that, please, you know, call me. Same way with the bottom. And one of the best ones I love is when somebody's talking about using the fractals or the zigzag thing. If you've ever watched that paint in real time, it's depending on how you have it set up, you're going to get that swing high marked when price is down here. That, in my world, that's, you know, slamming the barn door after the horses go over the hill, so that's useless. And boy, don't I wish there was a way to really do that. But I don't know. A double top here. But again, how do you know? How do I know that's not going on? Now, it's up here on the 2 standard deviation, so maybe that's a good spot to throw on what, you know, would be considered an asymmetric trade location. If it gets over here, you know you're wrong, I guess. Maybe, but but I don't know. It always looks so great in the rearview mirror. I would really love to watch guys like Tom trade live. Even if it's for a short period of time in the day or something like that, I think it would be really valuable. I suppose I'm just skeptical enough to think that if they don't, there's maybe a reason. Whatever that reason is, valid or I'm not suggesting nefarious behavior, but somebody mentioned something to me one time talking about that very same topic. That, well, in reality, he trades completely different than the narrative that's put forward. On a much different level, like, long 50 contracts, swinging them for 2 days or 3 days or something like that. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And that's the reason. I have absolutely no idea. When I first got into there, I don't know when you showed up around there, but first got in there was before this new, the regular stream, and then the regular Discord room, I guess, and then the stream, and he would just trade stream live for like 4 hours a day. So a lot of that ended up being, you can only talk about historical stuff so long. Pretty soon you got to get on the hard right ends. So, yeah. And then you can, after you've been at it a while, I guess, some certain things you can say that are pretty much, the market's going to go up or down and down. Yep. That's right. Okay. Well, this is kind of boring, but it is what it is, and nobody said trading was an exciting business if you approach it as a business. If not, then that's different. Look at that profile. Wow. When you get all the stuff removed off of it, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? Pretty rotational with excess on both ends. So this thing could flop around in here all the rest of the day and tomorrow if it wanted to. Pretty much the same idea here. Yeah, I guess it was. Well, it was after we moved from Kuala Lumpur to here, and that was August of 21. Shortly thereafter. Because I know for a fact I didn't have any idea that existed in KL. And I'll be real honest, I have no recollection of how I bumped into the TLab. I'm guessing something to do with Bookmap, but So, 21 to 26 ish. And I know for a fact that the stream here, the thumbnail for the stream, the ES is trading 32.25, 32.24 quarter, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But that's been some time ago. Not too far off, they keep going. If Captain Goofy keeps trying to tip over worlds here. I see where Russia is sending gas or fuel and LPGN to shipments to Cuba. It'd be real interesting to see what they try to pull out of their hat for that one. Bay of Pigs all over again. The missile crisis. I remember that one. Yeah. Exactly. They were like 4.5 hours long. And there we are. Bam, zoom, bam, zoom. Really well done, I guess. Just rotational. But my problem, these are 28, there's, 28 handles up there or more. I would feel probably a lot more confident about some of these Discord, like the bookmap stuff, for example, if they actually vetted and verified the people that are leading them. Not necessarily me, but bookmap itself, which I suppose would be easier, I mean, I wouldn't want to, I don't guess it would matter actually, but some people are pretty close to their vest about their account and this and that and something else. But if you were verifying to bookmap, for example, that you were what you say you are, well, then that might be, I would really appreciate that. Mainly because I know of a couple of 3 people there that I think are just bullshit and bus tickets from the top to the bottom. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm fairly sure I'm not. So that pulls it all into question as far as I'm concerned. And if bookmap is such a wonderful trading vehicle, then why aren't they trading? Why aren't they using it to trade? For example. And maybe some do. Like I said, I've only really spent any time, significant amount of time in the TLab, and I, in and out of maybe I think literally 2 others for maybe 2 to 5 minutes, and never any of the other ones. I really can't make a statement one way or the other. And I'm busy enough trying to, get my own shit figured out here, let alone worry about somebody else's. Yeah, this looks like a real good time to go put some drops in my eyes. As we approach the noon hour, what's going on? I suppose Trump's having McDonald's sushi. That's got to be over with, I guess. Let's see, there you go. Trump ends remarks ahead of meeting with Japan's Takahashi. But that's at 11:16. I thought they had a meeting at 10. What the hell is going on? So maybe they are meeting now. I don't know. What is this all about here? Oh, here you go. YouTube news. That's pretty funny, isn't it? I don't know any of this. Half of this crap is. A lot of options down here. Market Watch, Bulletins, Market Plus, Real Time, Headlines. I guess that would be important. It's been a while since I looked at this, obviously. I suppose the oil price could be important. Reuters is always good. Huh. Oil price? Is that something we're thinking about? I think we get quite a bit of news about that now. I haven't traded. I used to trade crude, actually CL. Thought it was appropriate. Now what am I doing? Okay. Like here, I guess. New home sales are way down. Wholesale inventories are not good. That was earlier this morning. I just happened to notice. Oh well. And what are we doing? Well, the same old, same old. The thing I like about Bookmap is I don't see numbers well because I'm dyslexic. So like the dome, like my Jigsaw dome is a problem. And I like the trading functionality and the way it, graphs the trades and the statistics down here and that stuff. I do like that a lot. Why isn't it doing anything down there? There aren't any statistics today, I guess. I do like that a lot. And the fact that the relationship, being able to have the session prices displayed next to these profiles, I don't mind it. I guess I don't have a use to some of the people that post a screen snap, and I'm going, this looks real busy to me now. With the session prices and the bands and all that kind of stuff looks pretty busy to me. Some of the people posted crap, and I can't even see price. And good for them. If they're trading it and successful and it works, who cares, right? I'm not the one, but I can't see where the price is with all the balls and the bubbles and the colors and, all this stuff going on everywhere. No, I like that stuff. I have a hard time with that. That's why I use this, whatever it's called, so I can get black and just a very little bit of the liquidity there. Rod and those guys have got a way figured out every once in a while. I've asked a time or two, but nobody ponies up. So they're real clear, just like a red or a highlighted, clear defined line of liquidity without all this stuff here. And I've tried smoothing and unsmoothing and cutoffs and all that crap. I'm just lazy enough. I wish Harry or somebody would just say, well, here's what mine looks like, said it. but I haven't actually begged anybody yet, and so I'm okay with this. And the session prices I can turn off, the price lines, that helps quite a bit. And I'm liking watching these deviation bands. I do wish I could change the color and the size, but you can't, as near as I can tell. It's just whatever you have the VWAP as, they inherit the same everything. In this case, it's dashed as opposed to solid, but like I'd make these gray or something and have a small dashed line so it wasn't so prominent, the color-wise. The reason I keep the colors this way is to be consistent with how I've had my stuff for a long time. In other words, meaningless. Girl talk. Yeah. Well, I'm going to step away here, I think, put some drops in my eyes and be back in a little bit to see what and where we are. I know sometimes I often miss good movement, but this RTH2 is just kind of I find myself, if I don't have a trade and have made some money and had a morning, had a trading day in the RTH1, I feel like I'm trying to play catch up or some sort of desperation kind of thing later the day gets. I'm sure that's just a psychological, my monkey mind acting up, but that's it, that's the point of the stream, right? It's for me to articulate what I'm thinking and be laughed at if that's it. Look at this POC. Wow. Up or down? Down or up? Yeah, you can bet there's a lot of people being chopped up today also. I would like to find, as I think I've probably said, it would be nice to have a one-stop shop where you had a good, dependable heat map and charting, and as long as I'm wishing for free, right? But I do appreciate the the bracketing and the multi brackets tool, and there's probably others that work really well. That the whatever it is called where it'll do trailing and all those things. Execution Pro, that's pretty cool. The reason I don't lean on it very heavily in the trading is I'm trying to focus on the back testing, and I don't want functionality on the trading that hasn't been back tested. And that's not because I wouldn't like to. I just don't know how to code all that very well yet. One of the things that I've been thinking about while we're talking here, or I'm rambling, I should say, on this one, okay, I've got the deal where the way it works, as I explained before, is, hello, come on, where'd you go? Come on. Wake up, IRT, come on. Come on. Well, this is yesterday, because there's a trigger, and wouldn't that have been a nice one? I wasn't watching for it. It identifies the initial balance. It does the breakout and the trigger, and then the stop set at half of the range, and the first target is the same distance as risk, and then the T2 is again. So that means that because the initial balance changes every day, when I do the back test, I don't really have a way to nail down accurately the risk, and by extension the risk to reward number, because the risk changes every time on every trade. And when you back test 870 trades, I haven't quite figured out how to do that yet, except for if I use the report and, like, say, average drawdown doesn't work, average loss doesn't work, because there could be the trail. So I think what I'm going to have to do is run the back test with no trailing, with no trail to entry, and then any stop, the average stop or loss would be the risk, the average risk for the back tested period, and then I could keep that number and re-implement the trailing part. No, haven't finished thinking that through. I was stumbling around with that last night. That's a big deal. Right? Here would have been another long. Again to T1 and T2. Oh well. Here we're going to bump our head on your one standard deviation here. I'm going to go bump my head on some of those eye drops. My left eye is acting up something fierce. I'm sure it's got a lot to do with just eye strain from doing this. I can't control myself from continuing. I'm interested in what I'm doing and I need to do it, right? So I can't to focus on what I'm up to and then spend hours in the evening and early in the morning before the stream working on the back test stuff and that kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to step away. I'll mute off the musicking, I think, and I'll be back directly. What do you got going on up here? Yeah, I'm the same way. I feel exactly the same way. That's what I was trying to say earlier. The further into the day we get, the more I feel like one of those desperate floor guys trying to pick somebody else's pocket that JP used to laugh about. Exactly. I'll be back in a flash, or maybe not, but not a flash, but compared to who, right? Wow, more of the same, huh? Oof. Painful. Painful. My goodness. Exactly, more of the same. Wow. That's one balanced profile though, isn't it? Wow, look at there. It's about perfect. Not much kurtosis, just balance. And the POC is pretty close to the center right this minute. Well, that doesn't look like any kind of an environment that I'm going to get involved with at this point. Wow. Well, this is about an E pluribus mess going on here. Well, I'm sorry I didn't take that trade first thing this morning when I had my finger hovering on the button. That would have been would have been nice. Got a good one in the bag, and then I wouldn't feel so, like I'm missing the boat here. But this is ridiculous, so what are you going to do? Wow. One poke up here, and that's all she wrote for the IB the entire day. Man, that is painful. Well, there's a great idea, huh? The State Department cuts jobs with deep expertise in Middle East. Wow. Well, that's a pretty interesting. Why in the Sam Hill would they do that? Wow. All right. I gotta say, I am not. A lot goes on I don't understand anymore. That's for damn sure. Not that that's, important or anybody cares but me, but you get the point. You get the picture. I would say that this day is going to wind up just like this. Unfortunately, so will the stream, because I'm not going to. I don't trade this kind of market. I don't know how. My, this is. These are long days like this. A lot of people can't stand it. They can't resist not clicking that mouse. They have that mindset, you know, or that feeling ingrained that if they're standing here watching the markets, they got to be doing something. This trading is not a situation where, you know, your reward is equal to the effort. That's absolutely not how it works. There's no relationship there. It's not work ethic, you know, the days pay for a day's work and that kind of thing is not at all relevant in trading. And I'm not saying that there's not a lot of work in trading, but I think the majority of the work in trading is in the preparation and the work you do away from the live market. That's the whole theory behind vetting trades and trading only vetted trades. And something could happen at any moment and this thing break out and take off. But that's kind of no trade there for me. So I'll stand here and eat pistachios. And it, you know, it should be said, I guess, that a balanced rotational market is the majority of the market days. There's 252 trading days in a year, basically, without holidays and weekends, right? But so the majority of them are balanced. Well, there you go. You know, every one of these is a balanced trading day. I think if you look at it, that's not. I don't know what you would call, you know, not like today is turning out to be, but certainly not really directional like this. So I'll go through the back testing as usual at about 1400. And then the market wrap up at 1430 and market on close and balance 1450. And the stream is again every day from 8 Central Time until 1500. Which is the cash market. So what's that for? Well, what was the hell is going on now? Somebody must have said something, and I don't know what. It's not anywhere I see. Hey, Panda. New high a day, huh? Hey, Panda. Hey, baby. You get in here and play with the papers in this closet or something. I gotta do stuff here. Well, I don't know what's causing this, but there's one hell of a pop, new high of day and everything else, driving up to towards settlement at 77. I'm sure something happened, but the financial juice and economic Investor.com, ground news, nobody's got anything about that, and I don't really trust anything else. So, Panda, come on, stop. I don't know what's doing this, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or did somebody quit or what? I don't know. It's just took. It took. I was busy typing something to Harry about, and wow. I know I said, "What does anybody know?" I don't see anything that's causing this anywhere in my stuff, but it is really. If this is a squeeze, it's one hell of one. Panda, what now? Relax. Pluggo. Bueno or Drano? Hold on, let me find my thing. What's going on in your world? No, not at all. It was just the phone. I never answered the phone because it's always some spam horse shit. But this particular time, it didn't change from the picture and the clock, and so I was curious what it was, and there you are. Okay. I mean, if I see your name up, I'll obviously immediately delete it. But yeah, well, I get voicemails, so I guess if you can remember the important part of leaving a voicemail, that I get them. So anyway, what happened? You saw a picture of my huge penis and are just in awe, or what? Oh, well, that's no good. Like what? Yeah. Uh huh. Yeah, I'm on the phone with my son. He just had to drop off now, and then he said he's going to call me back in a minute. He's got issues up in Denver. There, I'll elaborate at some point. But I mean, not to do with him. But is that the guy that he worked with for 10 years? I might have told you this. The guy that he worked with for 10 years, got hooked up with some random stripper, and his wife found out that she was going to divorce him, and he shot and killed himself. Long story short. And so, there's a lot and they built multi-million-dollar homes in Denver, and they've got one that's in progress and stuff like that. So every now and then he gets some sort of, and he's trying to keep the balls in the air to finish this house. And it's pretty nasty mess, really nasty mess. Of which he had nothing to do with, except just was the guy that actually did all the building and ran all the subs and stuff. The other guy didn't really do any of that, so it's pretty weird. I'm off now. He had to drop off and do something. Harry was pinging me a bunch of questions. There's a big, apparently Tom raised a bunch of points in the TLab or something at some point. I don't know what this big spike's all about, but about you can't trade based on fixed stops and targets, which, yeah. And what I was saying is, well, there you go. At least you got your levels all lined up. And does anybody know what caused this crap? Yeah, it's not anything to do with him. What his wife is all freaked out now about, or the guy's wife is all freaked out about. And they were lifelong, friends since grade school. It's Denver's a big city, but it's a small group, kind of. So, and this all just happened like 2 weeks ago. So she's all freaked out. Now she's sending some weird email, or some weird text, my son, some weird text message, kind of inferring that I think maybe you were helping him go meet this girl or some stupid crap. And it's like, well, what he's trying to do is salvage at least the completion of this house that they've got ready to start. They bought the land and they're going to scrape and do all this kind of stuff with some investors. So, the worst that'll happen is that won't happen. But it's like, boy, she ought to, well, I don't know. Maybe who knows? God knows. I think they were married for 30 years or something like that. They've got grown kids. Pretty weird. I'm sure she's upside down emotionally. So, and I think she may be upside down financially too. He might have had a bunch of commitments that she didn't know about. Who knows? Not my son having anything to do with any of that, but yeah, it's pretty weird. That's for sure. Those damn girls, boy, they can work some magic on you. Wow. Talk about when you let the little head start doing the thinking for the big head, you get in real trouble quick. To quote an old, yeah, that would be great. The step down would be fantastic. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know of Vance or any of these other. I don't know whether you know this or not. Actually, I might have mentioned it. I guess I think I mentioned it earlier today that all of these cabinet people are living on army bases because they're all afraid of assassination, etc. Pretty weird. I think I was talking about that this morning. Anyway, well, I'm made it through the back test period of time here. I'm not going to be able to really touch on that today, other than this was the only trade that happened for a scratch on the IB continuation. There's a signal over here on this ridiculous pop, but its system's not going to take anything because it's after 2. The trade that was pretty interesting was here. This is that OB thing. And yeah, the way I vet them, I showed you, Antone, and I typically go over how I vet trades and in depth and back test and all those things every day at 1400, and then do the market recap at 1430 and the market on close at 1450. So today I'll have to forego the back test drama. I appreciate everybody that's come through here. Please smack a like and a thumbs up and a subscribe. That's great. And drop something in the chat. That's super. And Anton and Anthony, and won't have to listen to the same same thing as every day. Any idea what caused that pop? I don't know. Nobody seems to know. Yeah, well, my son said something to me some time ago when we were talking about that all these all these cabinet admin people are moving to army bases, and I said, "What? Are you out of your mind?" He said, "No, no, that's what they say." So it sure as hell, Rubio and Hegseth, and I guess all of them are living on army bases around somewhere around D.C., fearing for their lives. I guess that's got to be pretty. That's got to be. You got to ask yourself, are we doing something right? Yeah, that's pretty crazy, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, I was surprised when I saw that thing today because it jogged my memory about what my son had told me. I don't know, some time ago now. Okay, there's the bottom of the hour, boys and girls. I can't say I'd be sorry to see this thing go away. I'd love to know what that pop was about. If it was more than just a squeeze, or that's pretty one hell of a squeeze. Yeah, I don't see anything on this. Financial Juice would be the place that I would really look, I guess. Nothing there. Maybe something now. I don't see anything here. When was that? Well, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this story right here about Trump where'd it go? Japan, Takeyachi is saying that Trump and I discussed legal limits to Japan's help on Hormuz. Maybe that was it, because the timing is more or less conspicuous. Well, or is it? Oh, maybe it was this one here. Maybe it's this. The Treasury is going to issue a license to Russia to export oil. Are you kidding me? For oil that is already out there floating around, I guess. What else? I don't see anything else. Maybe that's it. Maybe that was it. So yeah, let's get on with this. Here's the session, such as it is, and then Yahoo Buckaroo at 1400. Jesus, what a day. IRT. Son of a bitch, you're right. Sorry about that. Damn, that sucks. Well, I'm not going to go back through all of that. this has been a wash this whole day. Well, anyway, that sucks. Here's the news stuff. These are the two news sources. You can filter them however you want. We don't have anything coming out tomorrow that's scary, except I'm real curious about this. Options expiration story tomorrow. I'm going to have to Google about that as soon as I'm through with this little bit here. And this is Financial Juice. Now, there's a calendar here. They pull these kind of non-typical economic events into this calendar, which has risk potential to our auction. So I appreciate that. We're going to have the market on close and balance orders over here at top of 1450. So 7.5 minutes. And maybe I can remember to have the mute button on or off as appropriate between here and there. Yeah, I don't know why I'm on tilt here, but apparently I am. Thanks for the heads up, though, Antonio. That's Anton. I mean, Antonio used to always remind me that I was on mute. Yeah. Anyway, thinking about this other crap, I guess. Let me see if I can ferret out something up here. If I can remember which keyboard to. Oh, it's quadruple witching, which we don't really have anymore because one of the expirations, we don't trade in the States anymore, but so it's a triple witching now. But what it boils down to is that this happens every March, June, September, and December. Index options, ODTE. What else does it say up here? I'm just reading off Google. I don't use Google on a trade machine anymore. But yeah, so it's squad witching tomorrow. There's one of those options that we don't. What it boils down to, the reason it's for is there's stock index futures, index options, single stock options, and single stock futures expire tomorrow. And I believe it's the single stock options that we don't trade in America anymore. I don't know. Anton, you may know that much better than I. But that's what the additionally monthly equity options and weekly options also expire on like SPY and the Qs and stuff. So it's a big expiration deal. I guess maybe that's why that might have some bearing on this big pop that we're having. And 3 minutes for the market on close and balance. There you go. Crazy lady. So it's kind of been a disrupted afternoon. I apologize to all you streamers there. And I really appreciate everybody dropping through and contributing, Anton, Antonio, etc. What a crazy day. Another minute and a half yet. Wow. With a pop like that, I don't guess we're probably going to see much, but who knows? All right, 30 seconds here. This used to be a big event, but I mean, there used to have a lot of movement frequently, but recently, not so much. Now watch, it'll be, 35 points the minute I said that. Bam. Well, there you go. Days gone by, that release was like a similar to one of our expected number releases. There'd be quite a volatile movement and back or whatever else, and this has been pretty much it lately. We'll see when it pops up over here how big it is. Sometimes they're just staggering. Sometimes I remember one recently, it was nearly 3 billion with a B. Here we are. So what we have is sell side 278 million in the S&Ps, buy side 132 million on the Nasdaq. Buy side Dow 39 million, and Mag 7 is 279 million on the buy side. Times recently we've had, like 2.9 billion S&P 500 sell side. How the hell? Who does that? Yeah, I don't know how you're picking all your levels out, but that's pretty great. I get low volume nodes maybe, but yeah, and this POC, but you seem to be spot on quite frequently, so that's really great. So that's basically, we're going to wrap it up today, Remember that you need to take care of yourself. you are the most important piece of equipment you've got in your trading office. So take care of yourself. Be rested, hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse out the window. Stick to your guns. Keep ever vigilant for Monkey Boy to come zooming in there, you know, because we have that. We were all raised, or I shouldn't say raised, but you know, we've inherited a lot of neural pathways from the development here, which don't really work out very well for trading, like risk aversion or FOMO or desire to be right. All those things will screw you up pretty bad in trading, as I understand it. I believe. So you need to be continually vigilant about that. The reason I say that is, in my opinion, we're never going to get rid of those emotions or those feelings. You know, that's boiled in there, baked into the DNA, kind of. So in my opinion, I mean, at least in my case, what I try to do is be ever vigilant about those emotions. And if I feel monkey boy or, you know, FOMO, or I call them monkey boy stuff, you know, ranting and raving around my brain, I just invite him out in the backyard and then don't act on it. It's the only way I know to deal with it. Stay healthy, you know, rest your eyes. Remember that, you know, think about it. Your eyes take in all the data that we process, and your brain deals with it all, and then you use that to make financial decisions for your family. All the monitors and software and indicators in the freaking world aren't going to do you any good if those two things don't work properly. So, important, in my opinion. And I guess we're going to just wind it out right here in the middle. Got about 6 minutes left, 5.5. Well. What a crazy day. Yeah, have a great day, Anton. Look forward to speaking to you and chatting with you hopefully tomorrow. I'll be here. And as always, I'm here from 8 o'clock in the morning every trading day until 1500 every trading day. the purpose of which is complete transparency, that no trades are taken off the stream. I forgot to mention probably, but notice that I stream the entire monitor here instead of just the application. So you can see any open programs or, active, and the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and the date, and tie that back to Bookmap or IRT, and, just a little extra layer of confirmation. No trades, so nothing plotted in Bookmap, so there you go. I don't need that anymore, I guess. Okay. So, yeah, 2.5 minutes and bingo, bango, bongo. All right, 1.5 minutes, and is the music all gone? I guess it is. Well, I'll just have to sing to you here now. Happy trails to you. Yeah, okay, I won't. So remember, 800 Central Standard Time. Set everything up, pre-market, go through the reports, figure out what I think anticipate for the trading day best I can. Set up both platforms, pull the statistics for the upcoming day, and then we're off to the races at 08:30. And we've got 31 seconds. Remember now that this is just the cash close. The market will trade until 1600. So there's another hour on the clock, but not the cash market. And there we have 1500. That's 7 hours on the stream. And that's enough for anybody, I think. Have a great evening, rest of your day. Get away from the screens, get outside, do something healthy. Remember, that's really important. I don't know how to stress that more. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. I am only in this for the likes and subs with YouTube. The reason I publish up to YouTube, by the way, is I can then review the stream on any device, besides the additional layer of transparency. But it, that really helps because these streams are 7 hours long. So promise you, I'm not going to stand around and listen to them for 7 hours here again. And I also put a pretty in-depth chapter marker into the description. So I'm not going to listen to all 7 hours, that's for sure. But if I want to jump around and hear stuff like see trades or what did he say about that, well, then I can do that. So there you go. Have a great night, and I'll be